Okay. Going to largely skip the intro section. Start a few minutes early today. Just make sure YouTube looks good, Twitch looks good. Snaz is running, Snip is running. Don't think I've forgotten anything else. Names have all been updated, not that we've changed them much. Okay. Going over to here. Activate that. Check that's working. Good. Okay. So I've not done much else on this. I relabeled a couple of things and I was digging around for the last 30 minutes to see if I couldn't narrow down the memory leak that we were seeing. So let me actually just grab this. I don't think there's anything on there. Bring this down. Yes, fancy zone. It's running in administrative positions. That's fine. So this one here, we think is the game. Now, I've pulled a bunch of data. Can I fit this here? Okay, we can see objects there. That's current or maximum number of objects loaded. But I was flicking around and I found that we have this in the debugger. Accessible down here, the monitors. The monitor appears to show us memory information. So we have static max, message buffer max, I don't know what that is. Object is obviously the total number of objects that are currently created. Resources is likely the number of resource files I imagine that are loaded in. So basically anything from in here. Any individual one of them will probably count as a resource. Node, again, self-explanatory. It's the total number of nodes in the scene. This is not the scene. This is the scene. But this might include subnodes that we can't actually see, or maybe it's including the tree, which might be why it's 44. Orphan nodes, fairly explanatory. And then you have video memory, texture memory, and buffer memory. These are all parts of video memory. Now, if I go over to here, so let's pull this over here so that you can see the reference there. And I just start jumping back and forth. You will notice that very, very slowly, this one in particular is climbing, and this is the game. But what you may also notice is that these are not. And this one is just flicking back and forth. And make sure I flick it every second, because that's how often that updates. The number of nodes in the scene isn't changing. We're not getting any orphaned nodes. The number of resources loaded is going, it's 10 on here, it's 11 on here. I wonder why that would be. Why would that be 2 additional resources versus those? It makes sense that this one has more nodes in it because they have more asteroids. But everything on here tells me I don't have a memory leak. But yet, this is clearly going up. That makes me think this is an engine issue. The engine isn't clearing something, or that the engine is buffering something. Because as far as the debugger is concerned, memory is flat. Both video memory and static memory. So I don't know what the engine is doing, but it's clearly not unloading something. It might not be something that we need to worry about, but all indications are that this is not our problem, that we've got our system right, because the resource is being cleaned up, the nodes are disappearing, we have no orphan nodes, we're not increasing static memory, we're not increasing maximum static memory, which I'm assuming is the actual RAM usage of the game. The video memory is rock solid, it's flat, as is texture memory, buffer memory. Everything is stable, as I would expect it to be if there wasn't a problem. So I think it's engine related. And I may need to clip that section up because it has everything on the screen showing that, as far as I can tell, I'm cleaning everything up right, but for whatever reason, the game still increases in size. And we tested this with the actual built version. If I close this out, and we'll pull this back down. Oh yeah, I changed the background of the scene. It's now a black color. It's not solid black, but it's near enough. So there's the line. And if we do the same in here, we get the same thing. Very, very slowly. So yeah, I think it's an engine issue, or it may be that the engine is keeping some sort of information in some sort of buffer that it's eventually going to purge once it gets to a certain size. So it may not be a problem whatsoever, but I should probably report it and check it anyway. Shall I do that now? I'll need to create an account on the forum. I'm not going to do one with on screen or on camera. Don't worry, I have things for this. On feedback. I don't know where to report this. Actually, let me hop onto their Discord. I have a scene for this. Let me disable that, go over to there. I've closed down the main webpage. Godot. Community events. I assume they have a Discord. Maybe they don't. They do have a Discord. Server settings. Nickname's fine. Don't allow direct messages. Accept. Okay. On board. Close that. Choose what channels. Tech help. Talk about game development. Those two will do. Do you want to use voice chat? No. Ping or not to ping? No. Is no an option? Please understand that we ping at everyone. The fundraiser's big release. You may mute your pings. Okay. These standard rules. Do not adopt the tag. Okay, now before we continue, let's move this into... I'll put it in with these ones. Server... Muted. Notifications, suppress everyone in here, only app mentions. Suppress role mentions, do not push mobile. Privacy settings, direction. It's fine. Oh, 4.6 came out on Monday. So that's why I hadn't seen it while I was doing the tutorials. Because I did do some of the tutorials on Monday morning. It must have come out, yeah, Monday evening. Because I only recently downloaded 5, like last week. But that's fine. Let's see. Help in discussion fish for a quick help, beginner help. Advanced help. Is this a bug? Let me ask in there. I'm not going to show the Discord just because I don't want to put other people's names on. I have streamer mode enabled, so it's hiding usernames and the like, but let me grab. Yeah, if we kill that, that debugger stopped running, that's fine. Let me just put you back on the main screen. And that, pull this up here, go back to the debugger. Need to take a couple of screenshots. Let's pull this up to show the objects list. That one there is the game. Damn it, I got rid of the oh no, it is there. Okay. Let's just do this for a while so it's at like 95 megabytes, which could take a bit. And then we'll pose the question. I want there to be a significant enough discrepancy between the size that's listed in memory and the size that's listed down here to show that none of these have actually increased. Okay, there we go. That'll do. Nip. Okay. Paste. I'm wondering if there might be an memory leak in the engine, or if what I'm doing is some weird memory leak that I can't find a reason for. The debugger doesn't seem, or seems not to notice. I'm wondering if there might be a memory leak in the engine, or if the engine is keeping track of something, and it'll clean itself out later if so I don't need to worry about it. What I'm doing is the green circle is a warp point that the player can fly into, and press G to warp to another sector. This will delete the world, or this will delete the zone scene from the game scene and load a new one. I'm disconnecting all signals and Q3 in the old zone. And currently the only thing in the zones with the script is the warp points. The debugger shows no increase in memory, nodes, objects, or orphaned nodes. The debugger shows no increase in memory, nodes, objects, or orphaned nodes. But yet, the OS says the memory footprint is going up by about for the sake of argument, actually no, let's do it in the other window. Paste bin. So next highlight in GD script. Excellent. That's fine. I don't need you to be able to edit or change it. I just want to be able to post it in. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't mind links. Paste again. Paste that. This is also GD script. double check this, and seeing some weird memory leak that I can't find a reason for. The debugger seems not to notice. Wondering if there might be a memory leak in the engine, or if the engine is keeping track of something, they'll clean stuff up later, so I don't need to worry about it. What I'm doing is the green circle is a warp point that the player can fly into and press G to warp to another sector. This will delete the zone scene from the game scene and load the new one. I'm disconnecting all signals and Q3 and calling. Let's be correct. Calling Q3 on the old zone. I'm calling Q3 on the old zone, comma. And currently the only thing in the zone with the script is the warp point. The debugger shows no increase in memory nodes, objects, or orphan nodes, but yeah, the OS says that the memory footprint is going up by about 50k each warp. Have I missed something? Or is there something wrong? Post. We do not need that. The debugger shows no increases in memory nodes, objects, or orphan nodes aside from the difference in node count in each zone. Yes. Okay, we'll leave that there. And get back to doing something else. Rather get back to trying to make progress. Turn that back on. Okay, done those. Which bits do we want to work on next? Refine the movement system before we work on a hostile? I think we should do that. It's next in the list anyway. Okay, so at the minute everything is just linear. And also not very fast, but that's fine. That's going to be a vary between ship anyway. Okay. I kind of do want enemies to have the same flight model. So I basically want to have a max speed and an acceleration. The acceleration is going to be pretty quick, and the acceleration will also be the same as the brake. I want to have a button that's effectively a slide. I'm stealing the concept from Elite Dangerous. It's going to be called Flight Assist. And if you turn Flight Assist off, then your ship won't auto-brake. But any other kind of attempt to change the directional movement will function as normal. That specific math, I'm looking at this, but I don't know whether that's going to do what I need it to do. But I may need to move the actual movement code into ship. What I don't know is how the bubbling works. Do I need to call base No. So there's one or two ways this can work, and I don't know which way GD script works or Godot works. Either I need to explicitly call, because this extends this, and at the minute we don't actually have this function in the lower function. So either what will happen is, by default, once this is finished running, the game will automatically run this. Or I need to tell this to run that, and I can decide where I want to run this. It might be, another way of doing it would be super. Too few arguments for physics process call. Okay, I think it's just super then. And then we just pass delta time along. So we can test this by moving that into here. Putting that at the end. We're now using delta. This one is not. Okay. That does appear to be working, so that's how that works. So how do we implement this? We need to check to see if impulse is 0 and if impulse... Okay. Velocity multiplied by velocity minus acceleration? No, because I need a multiple of the current. Oh, it's velocity minus equals velocity multiplied by acceleration. Multiplied by delta. Yeah. This is the wrong way round. Close. Better. That should do it. Technically what I want is the inverted velocity, but no, this still works because we're going forward and then we're subtracting from the current velocity, normalized version of the current velocity multiplied by acceleration, which gives us the direction we're traveling. That should slow us down. Might need to see how this works first. Impulse. Just see if this auto braking works. We're not clamping the speed. How do I clamp the speed? Because velocity is a vector. It's speed plus direction, whereas speed is just the overall. So the actual speed you're going in any given direction is not necessarily going to be capped at 200. For example, if you're heading up, then yeah, it'll be capped at 200. It'll be 200 this way, 200 this way, 200 this way. If you're going this way, then 200 this way is like 70-75% this and this. Is there something that can give me absolute velocity or absolute speed? Motion mode. Safe margin, slide and ceilings, up direction. Velocity, minimum wall slide angle. Get real velocity. Returns the current real velocity since the last call of move and slide. For example, when you can slope, you will move diagonally, even though the velocity is horizontal. For example, when you climb a slope, you will move diagonally. This method returns the diagonal movement as opposed to velocity, which returns the requested velocity. It returns it as a vector 2, though. Well, we can print it out and see what it gives us. We should also change max speed to acceleration. Okay. Okay, the deceleration isn't fast enough. It is working. That was a weird... Without having a trail behind, it's kind of hard to see or figure out, because the ship isn't moving in the direction the camera or it's facing, which is fine. It's not the intent. That feels better one way or the other. We just need to tune it and clamp it. I wonder if there's a method in Vector 2. I mean, that might do for max speed. Direction 2, direction squared 2, direction 2. Length. Length. Is that just going to return the size of the array? Max, minimum. Move towards, normalize, orthogonal. Project, reflect, side, sleep. Slide, snapped. That might give me what I need. I don't think I can use its clamp, or velocity's clamps to clamp it. Maybe I can? But we'll see if this gets us what we need. Actually, let me print out both. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, I think that's doing what I need it to. Oh, there it is. The braking is still not going fast enough. We can still accelerate much faster than we can brake. That's because braking isn't using delta. Or rather, braking is using delta and accelerate isn't. Now this needs a much stronger acceleration. 2 seconds to get to max speed, 2 seconds to brake. I want to clamp its length. How long have I been muted? I wonder. It's got to have been a little while at least. So in the event that it has been a while, what we're doing is we're working with flight control system. I want to make this so that... Well, I was trying to make this so that the speed limit was clamped period for how fast it was going, and didn't realize there was a limit length, so I was trying to do it with clamp. So limit length will max the speed out irrespective of the direction you go in, so you will always be going the same speed or the same maximum speed in any given direction, which is all that line does. Saves me some extra math. Now I'm trying to see if I can how I can tweak this so that if, for example, the player is actually heading in a diagonal direction, but they're trying to fly that way, that it will decelerate them from the downward direction while they're accelerating right, without it needing to reach the speed clamp first. We basically already have... In fact, we don't need acceleration here or delta. We just need to tell the parent class the direction that we're trying to fly in. And then we can do all the math for that in here. Velocity plus impulse multiplied by acceleration multiplied by delta. I think that means we're not using delta in here anymore, so it will complain if we don't do that. Oh no, we do use delta, we pass it on. We could fundamentally change the way this math works. Let's think. Impulse is the direction we're trying to head. If we was to times that by max speed, that's the end goal. So if we're flying by, that just gets us a vector of 0 and 200 in it. My mind is coming up with ways that this can work, it's just not nailing down on one that it thinks will work properly. Because there's ways to take this and multiply it by this, then divide by 2, but that doesn't get us the right acceleration. We could use the normal, or we use this to figure out which way we're going, and if, or before we try to imply or add any impulse, we can remove speed from the directions we're not heading. So if one of the values is too high, we can try and reduce it. But that's going to require that we pay attention to which direction, what way we need to change it. We can't really just take target velocity, add it to the velocity and divide by 2. Because that will also divide or halve the acceleration. We could double the acceleration and do that, which will give more impetus for it to correct in one direction. That might be a way to go. And then velocity would equal to velocity times target velocity divided by 2 odd mass compliant. So that cancels out the extra doubling of the acceleration. And that gets us nothing. Impulse. That should all still work. So impulse is not equal to 0. We should be running this. Target velocity is equal to velocity plus the impulse times acceleration times 2 times delta. And target velocity is equal to the velocity plus the target velocity, divided both by 2, limited to the max speed. I don't see why either of those values should equal 0. How do I concatenate strings? Printf is a thing, isn't it? Printf is not a thing. Arguments, array. Okay, so it wants a comma. It may actually automatically put a space between them, but we'll see. Then that space doesn't need to be there. Okay. So it's getting an impulse. And it's getting a target velocity. So it's this that's the problem. Do those numbers make sense? Okay, the impulse is 1, so it's trying to... frame rate is going to be an issue or a factor here because of delta. But it'll be 0 plus whatever the impulse is, which is 1 multiplied by acceleration, which is 100 times 2 times delta. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think this should be running at 144 frames per second, so... That being the case, if it's running at 144 frames per second, then the impulse is 3.33333 recurring. Divided by 2, multiplied by that, is not correct. Maybe it is only 60 at the minute. weirdly clamping it to 70 something. Does that work? Divided by 2 times 71. That puts it closer. Okay, fair enough. I'll assume that number's right then. It's near enough to right. So velocity is a vector 2. This is a vector 2. I just didn't specify it as such. That times that, and then divide by 2. Should be able to do a divide on a vector, a straight maths thing on a vector. You can do a multiply on a vector. There's no reason a division on a vector shouldn't work. It just doesn't like that it's not a variable. Strictly speaking, it should return a vector 2, so I don't know why the rest of that wouldn't work. I'm an idiot. I know why it's not working. It shouldn't have been a multiply. We're not trying to multiply them together. We're adding them together. And the reason we're dividing by 2 is because we have velocity in this twice. Okay. 0, 1, 2. It's a little bit fast for counting, but no, that is 2 seconds. So if we're in full speed down, and now we try and go that way. Let's go full speed that way. And try and go down. That's more what I wanted. Although it was already going full speed. I'm going to test this without going full speed. And it's still taking its while or time to correct its momentum on a different angle. I think it's helped. You can get rid of that bit. Ah, no, it's not doing anything. What I need is this or the other number to be decreasing. Why is that not doing anything? The maths isn't behaving within expectation, but that could just be a misunderstanding of how the maths is actually supposed to work. The intent was we take the velocity, and then we add an adjusted velocity to it. And then... Ah yeah, but this one isn't decelerating, so this still has the full speed in that direction, so it's still not going to adjust it until it reaches full speed. Is there a way I can tweak that without needing the player to automatically... I mean, if the acceleration's fast enough, it won't matter. But on slower ships, bigger ships, if the player has decided to press down, I would like it to decelerate them in a forward direction before they reach their max speed. Or do I? Do I want the ships to be a little bit more slidey? A little bit more Newtonian physics in their behaviour? Is there a simple way to do this? Maybe normalized vectors are the answer. We can normalize the vector to get the difference between the intended flight direction and the current flight direction. So if they're flying upward, which would be that, and they've decided to press right instead, then the difference between the normalized velocity and impulse is already normalized. If I was to compare the two, and if they're not the same, as in the player is not deliberately trying to accelerate in the direction they're pressing, we could decelerate them from their current speed and then add a double acceleration in the direction they're actually going. That would do the trick. And then I could also add that up here. Just have this part of the deceleration code. So if the impulse vector is not equal to 0, or if the impulse vector is not equal to the normalized velocity vector, then decelerate from the current velocity. But then we need to know to... Or did we just always decelerate from the current velocity? And then double accelerate here. It would result in the same thing without me needing to do a comparison. If flight assist is enabled, then decelerate from the existing or the current vector. We do need an else here. We need 2 versions of this, which means we need to put that up there. That one needs a double impulse. This one only needs a single impulse. Then we just need to clamp the target velocity. Okay. Nope, that broke all kinds of things. Oh, that's because I'm not... Helps if I actually click in the game window. So, speed still clamped. We still decelerate. So, 1, 2, that's 2 seconds. So we go that way and then go that way. Then yeah, it's trying to adjust us better. Even without us being at max speed, which allows us to circle on the spot without sliding. Easy to see if we go up to about 100 and then go that way, then it decelerates automatically. It will eventually reach. It will decelerate faster and then it will still slightly slide, but it will eventually reach a smoother number. Do I want to adjust for that very last bit? That would require us to have more deceleration. It's good enough for now. It does all the things I want it to. Let's play with some additional values though. Let's increase the overall speed and the overall deceleration. Turn rate currently isn't used for anything, but it will be. In fact, we should work on that now. What we need to do is look at is giving us a point, and it's just changing the rotation to point at that, which is fine. But what I really need to be able to do is get the difference between the current facing direction and the target face, or where the target is. And then apply turn rate until we reach it. And that's going to be something that we're going to need to have a separate control system for the bigger ships that use turreted and gimbaled weapons. basically everything in this side, and probably all of the industrial ships as well. They're probably still going to have primary front guns, but I think I would want them to have the ship facing in the direction it's moving. Or at least trying to face in the direction it's moving. I mean, gunships, bombers. These, which I haven't figured out a name for, which are the sniper ships, they all have predominantly forward-facing weapons, so they want to face the cursor. Corvette is probably going to be along the same kind of lines. Doesn't change the movement handle characteristics, it will just matter for turrets. Turrets and gimbaled weapons. Unlike the gimbaled weapon slot. We can again convert these down to a vector 2, which will give us the relative angle. Because this is controller control, this is mouse control. So yeah, if we normalize that, then we get the same value for both of these. The look at is a function. I'd rather use look at as a variable. So we'll use look target instead. Actually, no, we'll call it look vector. Because we're not actually giving it a target, we're giving it a normalized vector relative to where the ship is. Look vector equals that dot normalize. Look direction is already normalized, but we need to do that in case they're not pressing anything on the right analog stick. Because we don't want to be setting look vector to 0. That's also why mouse velocity is here. And then if we come in here, that's all movement control. Look at. Look vector. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Why did that not work? global mouse position. Right, because that's global mouse position. Doesn't like that. Yeah, because global mouse position is just the... It's the position in the window, but specifically what returns the mouse from its global position relative to the canvas layer that contains this node. Right, yeah. And then look at... Well, we're not going to be using look at in the long run. What we need is... we need the mouse position relative to the ship. This just gets a vector relative to the screen. Relative to the world, isn't it? Subtract the ship position. But shouldn't that be the same as, or shouldn't that be what get local mouse position does? Turns the mouse pointer position in this canvas item using the local coordinate system of this canvas item. How is that different from that? I mean, well, that's fixed it. I just don't quite understand what local canvas position would be then. If it's not this thing. If local canvas is not based on player. That's done the job. That gets us the angle towards the mouse. Come to think of it, that was actually a solved problem, wasn't it? I loaded Frogger. Frogger is not the right one. We want platformer. Okay. Player. Get input. Animate, move and slide, update mark is what we're looking for. That does just use get local mouse position dot normalized. So why was I getting weird effects from it? This is attached to the player. Because this is basically just doing the same thing. We're just currently passing it on to something else, but we had that. Multiplied by 40 is just how far out in a ring it needs to be. That still should have been the angle relative to the position of the middle of the character in this case. But we were using the ship. But it was going crazy. And we could see it was going crazy because the values were wrong. I'd say it's distance and angle, but the second number is definitely distance. We are get local mouse position. That's strange. Everything is currently positioned around the center of the world. Which is why the first two numbers match up. Huh. I don't know what's going on there. According to the Clear Code's Metroidvania demo, this should do what I wanted it to do. Get the position of the mouse relative to the current object. Which in this case, player.gd is this. This is attached into here, but the script's still running on this. But the numbers don't even appear to line up correctly. They appear to be giving me a distance. It's a length and something else. It's because it's rotating. That's what it is. I see it. Because we're looking at it, the relative position of this canvas is actually this is now upwards, and then this is right. So that angle is being factored into get local mouse position, which is not useful for what we need it for. So the way that we figured out to work it works fine then. Unless we want to explicitly only rotate the actual the ship itself, which we could do. We'd need to rebundle these into something else so that player always remains vertical that way. Oh, I forgot I could change the upward direction that way rather than rotating the sprite. If I rotate the sprite back then... Ah, damn it, I'd have to redraw the collision. We'll do that in a moment. And then I tell it the up direction is... Oh no, that is up. Look at just works weirdly. That's X, that's Y, Y -1, so this would be up. Okay, it's strange that look at works that way round, but makes little odds. It just means that when I actually get to either drawing the art myself or getting the art, just need to make sure that they point right. And then if I want to start it pointing upwards in here, I can always just rotate it. Okay, so that gives us the look vector, that gets us the direction that we want to be looking. Let's move these around a bit. What is this complaining about? Oh, right, we need to actually pass delta to them. Which way to do this? Ideally, we need to check for three things. We need to check if we're already looking in the direction that either the cursor is or they're pressing on the joystick. So if the current look vector is the same as the target look vector, which means we do need to figure out a vector for the direction we're currently facing. What would that be? Take the current position. I mean, a raycast would do it. Take our current position and then take the current angle. Rotation. Which I imagine is just a float. Just a float. Vector 2 might have a method to turn a gradient to a vector. Or there may be a generic method for it. Radiant to degrees, degrees to radiants. From angle. Angle floats. You expecting a radiant? Vector 2 rotated to give a angle in radians. This is the equivalent to doing vector 2 cos angles. Or vector 2 right rotated angle. Note the length of the vector 2 is approximately 1.1, but is not guaranteed to be exactly 1.0 due to floating point precision. Call normalize. It doesn't specifically tell me it's expecting a radiant. I'm going to assume that it probably is. If we do that, then in theory, that should equal or be very, very close to that. Did I remove the print statements from in here? Yeah. That looks near as damn it to me. Okay, so that gets our current angle. Then we need to know the difference between the current angle. Then we go if the current angle or current look is not equal to the look vector. I might have to rename these if they are not equal to. Actually, maybe I should do it the other way around and get the angle. Convert look vector into an angle. Because then a comparison between the two of them should in theory give me a radiance with a plus or minus value. And if it's minus, we turn left. If it's right or positive, we turn right. Okay, so if they're not the same, we need to turn. Okay, yeah, it is in radiant. I think this returns in radiant as well. In radiance. If the current angle is... Let's assume that we're looking straight upwards. If rotation is equal to 0 and the target angle is clockwise, it's going to be positive? No, because they might loop around. Really, we want to be checking if one is greater than the other. But for that, we need to have some kind, or we need to guarantee that they're working from the same baseline. Actually, I think they will be anyway. They're not doing it versus each other, they're doing it versus... It could still cause a problem. Because I think this system works in that straight up is 0, and then it goes 180 in one direction, negative 180 in the other direction. That's what's going to cause the problem when it loops over. We need to get a relative angle between the two of them. We need to know how far left of the current angle it is, or how far right of the current angle it is. We can't just do a direct comparison, because we'll get strange behavior. So... If they are not the same, then if we take the existing rotation and subtract the target angle, now let's disable that and just print out these. So I can figure out the math needed. Rotation. Second value is target angle. Third value is the difference, which is not in this scope. We need to move this into here. Okay, yeah. Base direction is that way. Wait, is this already? Right, we need to temporarily re-enable that bit of code so that we can change the way it's facing. And disable it. Okay, no, that's still relative to here. So left on this should be negative and right on this should be positive. No, that's not gonna work. I wonder if there's a... I should really check this first before trying to figure out the math myself. I wonder if there's a function for this to figure out the difference between two angles, which may very well be in vector rather than... I don't doubt it's going to be in float. Fucking hell. Angle difference. Let's just drop this in here. We want to know the difference between the current rotation and the target angle. Let's come up to the nose so that we can see. Positive is that way. Negative is that way. If we come over to this side where the default is, negative is on the left-hand side, positive is on the right. So if angle difference greater than 0, else if angle difference is less than 0, rotation plus equal to degrees to radiant turn rate. Well, it did a thing. We do need to multiply by delta. I don't think that's the problem, though. Oh wait, we one of these actually wants to be the other way around, doesn't it? Okay, that's the basic version of it. And it's way too slow for this ship. That's not going to update until I restart. Yeah, that's about 1 second. Might want to be even faster than that. Or at least it will be for some ships. Don't know what it will be for the starting ship. Refinements. This is going to lead to it bouncing back and forth between the two. I'd like to tweak it so it doesn't. If I figure out in advance how far it's going to turn, then we can take... If we put that value in there, there need to be a positive value there and a negative value there, which is easy enough to do. If it is greater than that, or it is less than that, then rotation is just equal to target angle. Not that we would have been able to see it in a minute, but that will stop like it micro bouncing back and forth. In fact, that is wrong. Oh, right, because this needs to be... that. And we can just use this here. There we go. And then if it ever gets into the situation where it's oscillating, it shouldn't do. And of course, the movement should be independent to the direction it's facing. One assumes I can still walk between zones. Yep. That's strange. Feels more than a 200 millisecond delay. Can still bump into these things. Yep. And we slide around them because we're pointy. That's fine. Is that it? It is resting my speed, isn't it? Ah, yes, max speed's 400 now. That's why it feels a bit quicker. Okay. I am happy with those. It's not what we ended up using, but we should add a key to allow the enabling and disabling of flight assist. Abilities are going to be on like the number keys. Is there anything else I'd want to put an F? We'll make it F for now. On the Steam Deck, we're not using B yet. I need the triggers for something else. Or rather, the bumpers for something else. We're not using the D-pad without the triggers. Let's just make it X for the time being. Not axis buttons. Left action. And then in player. Does this want to be in player? Yeah, I can't really think of anywhere else I'd want to go. Doesn't need to be in... it should be in physics processing, let's be honest. If input dot is action just pressed? Light assist toggle. Then flight assist not equal to flight assist. That didn't work. It probably wants to be equals to, not flight assist. There we go. Now the ship will not auto-decelerate. It will still clamp its speed and then slide to a horizontal. But if I set it going in another direction and just let go, it will just keep flying. Excellent. We actually hadn't implemented flight assist, so now we have. Okay. Let me actually... I don't have Steam open at the minute. Projects, export. Export the Linux runtime. Okay. Oh. SteamOS Dev Kit client is just updated, which is a little annoying because that's the thing I wanted to load. Come on. There we go. Drop that on the middle screen. Thank you. Okay. Upload. All done. Click play on here. Okay. I do need to add a cursor for either a cursor or a laser, because it's all very well on a keyboard and mouse. You can see where you've or where you're shooting with the mouse, but there's no such thing implemented on here. Auto decelerates, flies around. I press X, we keep flying. I assume. Okay, we do need to force the player to brake when they warp, really. But everything is working as it's supposed to. Good, good. So, do I create a hostile ship next or projectiles? We should probably think about layers, or at the very least set up some basic ones for now. May need to change them later. I still don't know what I was thinking when I wrote all of that. This was for a different game. I've copied this document over to keep some of the structure in place. A different thing I was playing with. Oh, we have had people talking to me. Apologies, as it says in the screen, I'm kind of deliberately not paying attention to chat. So if you was wondering if I was ignoring you, the technical answer is yes. Assuming you're still about. I just don't want to get too distracted by answering the same question over and over and over again. Because anybody new coming in is likely to ask similar sort of questions like, what are you working on? Which is a perfectly reasonable question. But I'd rather not have to answer it multiple times. Yeah, I've still not been able to figure out exactly why I did things this way. Because canvas layer is only really used as an actual layer for what's it called? UI stuff. Technically everything is a canvas item. I don't think I could define what layer it's on in terms of canvas layer. Specify Z index, which is what this is supposed to be. It's the Z index for everything. Technically there is not a floor and a ceiling. I wonder if that's going to result in some weird behavior. I mean, slide on ceiling is on. And you can definitely slide on the floor. Stop on slope. If true, the body will not slide and slopes when the movement, or when called a movement slide, when the body is standing still. So that's a gravity effect, which we're not applying the gravity. Something to bear in mind later. I don't think it's a problem at the minute. Yeah, I don't know why I did that way. This bit is important, but... okay. So yeah, this was for a different game. And I think we've decided that the shields are basically on the ship anyway, and you just have to hit the ship. So, shields are not a unique thing. Or maybe they are. Maybe I will want them later as a projector. You can project shields. But at that point, is it a shield or does it just become its own object? It would still want to collide with everything. It's just not a ship. I think it'd be a destructible. Let's go over to the game scene. Actually, no, not the game scene. Let's go to Sector 1 where there's some asteroids. We have objects and interactables. There's nothing stopping us adding destructibles in here. Although they can just go into objects. Let's forget everything that's here. Layer 1 is your player ship. What's the default number of layers? We can have a whole bunch of them. $16. I think there's twice as many. So you have your player ship. See if we can group things together as in 4. Party player ship. Other player ships. Do not have to use all the layers, but we will list them all out anyway so that we can organize things in groups where possible. Okay, do I want the player to be able to hit their own bullets and missiles? Not really. So player, any player, but do I want missiles to be shootable out of the air by the player and the enemies? I do kind of want to have PDCs, and I do kind of want them to be able to... Yeah, so we'll go player projectiles, player missiles. No, player explosives. Because a mine doesn't move, but it still explodes on contact or after a time, and they can be shot down. And then yeah, no, lasers can still be projectiles, even if it's a beam laser that pierces. We just tell the laser not to be destroyed after it's hit the first target. Decrease a pierce counter or something. And similarly, if it's a beam laser that's piercing, I think we can tell the raycast to keep going after it's hit something. I think raycast gives an array for... Is it... what things it hits? Raycasting. There is actually a raycast 2D, yeah. And physics default. So that's for an actual raycast. Let's grab raycast 2D. Collide with area, collide with bodies. Collision mask enabled. Hit from inside. Add exception. Get collider rig, collider shape. Is collide in. Raycast represents target. Raycast can ignore some objects by adding them to exception list, by making it detection, or by configuring physics players. Raycast calculates into sections every physics frames and holds the results until the next physics frame. To sweep over a region of 2D space, you can approximate the region with multiple raycasts or use a shapecast. Shapecast is probably how you'd want to do a flamethrower that has a conal effect. Or just do a straight area 2D. But either way, yeah, that can just be in projectiles, one way or the other. Let's move projectiles into here. Anything to prevent movement. I had a feeling that there was something in here you could use to limit the play area in a sphere or distance from a center. I don't know why I thought that was a thing. I just remember seeing something like it about when I was searching for something else. Multiplayer spawner, synchronizer, navigation agent 2D. We're going to need that later. Touchscreen button. Navigation. Marker line. GPU particle 2D. Oh, right, yeah, we added it as a class. That's why it's in here. Oh, yeah, I forgot you can do that. Useful for later, not something I need now. Neither is the thing that made me curious. Okay. So, walls. I mean, is there technically a difference between walls and immovable objects? Destructibles. How the hell do you spell that? Destructibles. They do want to be their own thing because they can be hit with player... Well, actually, any projectile or explosive. Yeah, we need interactables. Because they just want the player to be in the area to use them. But specifically, they only care if your ship or your player ship is in the area. Walls and objects. No reason for them not to be in the same group. And when we had asteroid minings, which is probably just going to be done by flying up to large asteroids that are mineable. And it's not going to destroy the asteroid. So the asteroid itself would want to be a wall or object. And then... I don't know, does it want an interactable point? I'll have to figure that out. Let's carve out something for an NPC. So you can bump into them, and they can fly around and collide with things, but you can't kill them. Primary target for the projectiles. Don't have to use them all, I can save some for later. So the reason party player ships are different from other player ships is that I intend to actually answer the question that was asked earlier. I'm kind of working on a space-based version, space-based version is the wrong way, a game inspired by Eidolon, but is space-based, top-down, 2D shooter, twin-stick shooter, but is otherwise still an idle game. And the way I want to handle each individual zones, and more specifically hostiles in each individual zones, is that the server only needs to keep track of which enemy is still alive for each player, and the player can keep track of each location of every enemy. And when it kills an enemy, it can tell the server, and the server can flag the restart timer, and then tell the player once that unit respawns. But if you're in a party, then it's going to sync the enemies between the party members. Probably give the hostiles a little bit of a buff, I don't know yet. Will also increase the reward for killing them, if it does that. But at that point, the other you'll start seeing the other ships firing as well as them moving around. It's not going to keep track of the other players' projectiles. So you'll see other players flying around and killing stuff, but you won't see the stuff that they're killing or the fact they're firing weapons. You'll just see them flying around. This is mostly just to remove visual clutter, in case there's a lot of players on a given map at a time. But if you're in a party, then you will see your party members firing, and your side still needs to do the collision calculations, even if it's not going to do the damage calculations. And the server will handle the health of those enemies and sync between the players and the server, which is why there's a separate party player ship and other player ship, because they will be handled differently, and in theory enemy projectiles will hit party player ships, but they won't hit other player ships. Maybe. I'm on the fence as to whether or not I want enemies attacking you able to be body blocked by players who can't see the enemy or the fire. They just happen to be in the way. It won't do any damage to them because it's not their enemy. But whether they eat, or they appear to eat the bullet anyway, or whether the bullet passes through them. Either way, there's a reason that I need the distinction. A hostile drone is just another enemy ship. A player drone, I think, needs to be its own collision. Or can it exist on the player ship layer? Anything that can attack you can attack your drones. Or can they? That's not something I've thought about yet. Do I want drones to have health and be destroyable? I mean, if I don't, then I just don't give them collision boxes. Just let the drones fly wherever they like, even if there's a wall there. Um... It's not something I need to worry about in the near term. But technically I could just put them in with party player ships. But that question then raises, can you see other player drones? Don't worry about it. Much later in the development. Ask the questions, but don't worry about the answers. If we need to adjust things later, we can adjust things later. Yeah, projectiles, explosive, walls, object destructibles, interactables. That gives us some spares as well. Okay. Now that'll do. No, just call it NPCs. They may not necessarily be ships. Technically, hostiles aren't necessarily going to be ships either. The entire point of the first level or the first area is there's going to be passive mines there for you to explode. And then, well, blow up. They're not going to do any damage. They are decommissioned inert mines that need taking care of. Here we can remove that flag. That note there. Okay, that gets us our layers. Do I want to worry about the fact that technically ships have mount points that equipment will go on, or do I just want to code the ship to be able to fire? and add mount points later. I think for now we just want to add a basic gun, add a basic projectile, and attach it directly to the ship. Okay, the gun just wants to be a 2D node. I don't really need a graphic for it at the minute. I just don't want to make it so that it I want to make it in such a way that I can expand it later rather than just rewrite it. So gun. Owls. Yeah, no, we'll do it this way. Just thinking slightly longer term. The ships will just have weapon points. And even if it has a left and a right weapon point, we're not going to restrict the player deciding what weapon goes on which point. If they want one type of weapon on the left and one type of weapon on the right, then they can have one on the left, one on the right. Or a different one on the left, different one on the right. So weapons themselves should have individual barrel counts, which will indicate that allows the weapon to have a fire pattern. Again, I'm thinking a little bit later down the line, and I don't need to be. I'm thinking, how am I going to allow the player to know what weapons can be equipped where, and how do I then get them to fire correctly? So I think we just do... guns. turrets. Tubes. Missile tubes. This is the wrong thing to be attaching these to. Reparent to new node. I want to reparent to a different node. I want to reparent them to ship. Cut. Paste. Nope. OBS lost connection for some reason. It says I'm reconnected. Don't think it lost connection to Twitch. I think it just lost connection to YouTube. Am I back on YouTube? As well. Yeah. Strange. Okay. This is a base class. Would it need a script? Would it need a script or can it be handled? Actually, no. Can it be handled is not the right question. Is it cleaner for it to be handled from gun? And then you can go from the player, guns.fire. Or rather, iterate through all guns and all turrets and fire them. And then right click to fire missiles. Could even allow the player to change whether or not a given gun is on primary or secondary, particularly for ships that don't have missiles. So yeah, the script should be attached to guns. Did you put that here? You did. That's what I thought. Can... I didn't break that, did it? I close you from here. Can you still open that script? Good. Gun. This is a base class, it can go in there. Individual classes can go elsewhere. Is player currently saved in core? No, player's currently in test. Okay. Let me just change the... because I don't think I'm going to use pixel art. So I want to change the render for textures to be linear. It's still giving us this flicker on these textures here, but to be fair, that's just because those textures are very, very squished and it probably can't figure out how that wants to look. I'll leave it like that for now. Oh, it is break time. Let's not wait too long into our break time to actually have our break this time. It was an hour last time. Okay. We just need to remember that whenever we want to add a new weapon... Actually, we've called it gun. We should probably name it weapon. Gun is just a type of weapon. Fits on the front of the ship, fires in the way of a direction you're looking, or near to. So, yeah, in fact, let me just delete them and then create them again as weapon. Gun, gun, delete, remove, new, scene. Well, I keep doing it that way. Owls. And that's just going to be a list of markers. It should have... a sprite. I don't think there's any reason... for a boss to have... or a boss to use weapons. I'm thinking along the lines of some bosses are going to require you to destroy the weapons to destroy them, or they're going to have particular points on them that you need to fire or blow up. But I can do that with other things. Okay. I'm going to take my break. I will think about some of this while I'm having my break. So I'll be back in about... should be 10 to 15 minutes, I think. Going to get myself fresh cup of tea, something to eat and drink. Cup of tea is to drink. Going to get myself something to eat and drink. Do a few other things. So I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes, one of the two. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Right. Save as core weapon. Add script. Save as core weapon. Class name weapon. Okay. Oh, we do have an NPC. Did I put that sprite in? No, I put that sprite in the player ship. It's fine for the time being. It doesn't want to be there in the long run. So a barrel's just going to contain a marker, which is going to be where the weapon fires from. Do I want to create the 3 subclasses now? I'm now debating moving weapon out of core because we're going to need a guns one anyway. Now we'll keep weapon in guns, and we'll add an extra folder for weapons. That can be further subdivided into guns, turrets, and tubes. And then the subclasses for weapons can go into each of these. So I need to create core. Inherited scene. This is a gun. Save it into weapons, guns. Just thinking from point of view of class hierarchy. We need to tell each weapon what its ammo is. I'm not sure how to do that for lasers. Well, lasers can override things, or beams rather. Do we put the projectile in weapon or the projectile in gun? You may as well go in weapon, because even tubes are going to fire missiles. They still need to know which projectile there is. The tube is just telling them where to position those when they get fired. So yeah, weapon needs... I don't think it needs a default value. What did I forget? Oh, right, yeah, bar. We won't tell it to kill the client if this is missing. Name should be this, which will get renamed later for whatever the actual weapon itself is, so that should work. The number of barrels isn't going to get increased after the fact. We don't need to have the... We don't need to assign it in the inspector, but we can... recalculate it. I forgot I can do it that way, so... Actually, can I get... is there a method or a function to get the number of children? I think we need... Yeah, I think it'd need to be get... Okay, there's get child count. Okay, that's short enough that I don't think I want to put it into a variable. But I can and should probably do stuff like this. How's int set? No, get. Close. What am I missing? How's this work? Expected that after get, not all code paths return a value. There's only one code path. Am I not allowed to do that? Barrels don't get child count. Is it because it knows it might not be initialized? It's not quite what I'm looking for. Global scope properties. I spelled that wrong. I don't think that's right either. Switching languages. I've seen something similar to this before. What was it using? Where was it? Hello world. It's probably not going to have the thing that I want in it. Inputs using signals. Scripting, GD script. Don't think get and set are keywords. Operators, literals. I should have probably just searched for get. Probably would have got was what I was looking for. Region, terrain generation, end region. It's not something I'm familiar with. Line continuations, built-in types, arrays, packed arrays, dictionaries, signals, callables, variables. Static variables. Here. Oh, bollocks. Course. Fucking course. I mean, if we had done this explicitly, it should have been that. Although, actually, yeah, to be fair, that's not necessary. Because, yeah, that's a function call. So now we can just use barrels and it will get us that. That's what I was trying to do. We can't set it, which is fine. Okay, we have guns. There is going to be code to guns Or is there? Is there a reason? Actually, yeah. Turrets, at the very least, are going to need additional code on top of them. Because turrets are going to have their own turn rate and are going to need to track the cursor independently of the ship itself. Tubes just spawn the missile directly at their barrel's point. Missile or missiles. And they may end up having unique firing patterns. Firing patterns... Actually, no, all of the firing patterns are probably going to be shared. It's just that the weapon may have different ones. Ammo. Fire pattern. I think this requires a dictionary, or more accurately, a numerator. Is there a difference? Arrays. Annotations, common code regions, line continuation, built-in types. Variables, constants, functions. Visualization order. Static variables. I did see dictionary somewhere. Casting, constants, enumerators. Okay. But how do I tell this to use that enumerator? If you pass a name to the enumerator, it'll put all the keys inside a constant dictionary of that name. This means that all methods of a dictionary can also use the same named enumerator. That's what I wanted to see. Although I'm fairly sure the spelling is wrong on all of that. Actually, that's for consistency with that. Oh, that's not collection, it's collision. And in fact, we haven't used markers on any of these. Now I've got to undo what I just did. My fault for making these semi-permanent. Okay. Projectile mostly just is going to determine the style or the flight pattern and way the actual projectile is handled. Does the projectile determine... No, the projectile should not determine the amount of damage the gun does, because otherwise I'll need to have a projectile for every single kind of gun. So the weapon. This is where we're getting into values that, as an idle game, could get extremely large. And so we need to be mindful of that when assigning data types. And whether we want to assign a 32 or 64-bit value. Is the base damage of any weapon going to get above 6 billion? I really don't know. So maybe we should just go on the safe side and assign anything that's going to potentially have a gigantic value in the long run a double. Because I don't think we're going to get above double limit. The biggest and largest integer that can be stored in a double without losing position is the same as the largest possible value of the double. That is, without losing position, VOB max, or approximately 1.8 times 10,308. You might want to know instead is what is the largest integer, such that it and all smaller non-negative integers can be stored without losing precision. Has a 84 bits of Messiah, so that's anything less than 200 can be stored with That's not strictly speaking the answer I'm looking for. This one might be closer. The maximum value a double can store is approximately 1.8 times 10 to the 300 and... that may actually just be missing the character. So the thing that I'm actually looking for is this bit. Although isn't that contradicting itself? The maximum value of a double is approximately times 10 to the 308. The 308 should be the exponent. That 10 to the 308 is the exponent. And the exponent can range from these. Huh? I think this is confusing two different things. Let's just have a look in here, see what you say. This is C sharp, so it's not the same, but... max value is still considered that. Okay, so it's 1.8 times 10 to the 380, or 308. That should be enough. I highly doubt we're probably going to get more than, if I ever finish this and add everything to it, I highly doubt damage is going to get beyond 10 to the 20. I can easily see things reaching trillions. And trillions is 12. Yes. 1,000, million, billion. Yeah. 1 trillion is 10 to the 12. So in theory, we may actually be able to get away with a float, because I think a float can do that, but it just doesn't have as much precision behind it. Get rid of exponent, max value of float. Yeah, to the 36. So a float would probably also be enough. We just don't get anywhere near as much precision on the first bit, and I'd kind of like to keep the precision. I'm not going to be building this in a 32-bit operating system, so we're building this for a 32-bit operating system. Just remind me, I know that it's like 4 billion for a int. Yeah, it's 4 billion for an int. This is technically wrong because that's plus minus 2 billion. And this is billion, trillion, 9 quadrillion. So we'll just use a double so that we can eventually go into oh, I wouldn't. We better check that. What are the base types? I know it has int, and I know it has float, but are int and float just or int and float 32 or 64? Stores real numbers, including decimals, using floating point values. It is stored as a value equivalent to double. Okay, so float is double. Next, currently data structures are expected to in vector 3 and pack float may store 32-bit precision float values. Okay, that's something we'll have to try to remember. I don't think it'll be a problem. Let's think. Numbers that absolutely are probably going to want to be stored as, or that may become very, very large. Credits, number of items, damage values, health values, shield values. There's probably going to be very little in terms of boosting turn values, max speed, and acceleration. There'll be ways to nudge them up a bit, but nowhere to the same value as damage and the rest of it. Yeah, I think we should be fine. I can't think of any reason that we should need to convert a double to a float. How do we want to handle fire rate? The way the tutorials that I've done have taught me to handle fire rate is to use a timer. But in the long run, is it better for me to do it that way? Because we can still manipulate the timer, how long the timer runs for in code, so that's not a problem. It's just the timer has to do a callback and then fire. And all that's really going to do is say whether or not we can fire. And if we're going to do it that way, I have no real problem in writing the code properly myself, in that we can get current system time, which I don't know the command for. Can I get a timestamp? Time dot. No, don't get rid of it. I want the entire list. Show me all of your functions. Ah, that's because you're a class. Get. Hmm. I'm slightly concerned about the number of timers that we would need to be running. It's like at the worst scale. Because if we assume that somebody's flying around in a battleship, probably has 6 turrets on it. Each turret has a timer. If we assume that person's in a party with 3 other people, then that's 12 turrets. If we assume there's 20 enemies on the map, that's another 20 timers. Assuming that they only have a single gun each. It's just the number of interrupts that could potentially cause. I would rather just do this the more traditional way, and then you save the Unix timestamp of the last time this weapon fired, and then the next time you get into its process check, is it Unix timestamp, or is the current timestamp greater than or equal to the last time you fired plus the fire rate, or the fire delay? It'll be fire delay in that case. If yes, then fire. But I need to be able to get the Unix time, or some kind of system clock thing. Time isn't listed in here. I am not on the right window. No, just time. Time is a singleton for working with time data. Time is a singleton that allows converting time data between various formats and also getting the time information. Okay. So it does have methods. Get ticks milliseconds, get ticks uniseconds. We should only need that one. Returns the amount of time passed in milliseconds since the engine started. That works. How long would the game need to be running for before milliseconds overflows? There we go, that's the answer. It will wrap around in roughly 5 million years. It'll wrap around in roughly 500,000 years. Just so that you don't need to worry about it. Okay, good. So it'll be time dot get ticks milliseconds. Not doing anything with it, but if we go print there, you happy with that? You're happy with that. Okay. Reload milliseconds. If the current time is greater than or equal to the last time we fired plus the reload delay, then fire. Can I replace that with a comment? No, it does need code. Now, how do I get that? Gonna need this soon. We don't need it at the minute. How do we get that onto the game? Or does it actually want to be in the zone? The enemies are going to be in the zone, so the projectiles probably need to be in the zone as well. Actually, no, the projectiles can be in the game. We just need to remember to clear all projectiles. We just need to remember to clean out all the projectiles when a zone transition happens. Although there's nothing stopping us from adding it to the zone, we just need a way to reference wherever in the zone they need to go. Not something to worry about in the minute, something we're going to need to do in the short term, but let's finish up what we're doing. Will that do as a framework for now? Damage the gun does. Should probably have projectile velocity in here as well. You should have broken down my task a little bit more. That's not correct. Should probably review this between now and Saturday and update it. Okay. Let's just get the basics. I have to keep telling myself, just get the basics. Don't worry about the specifics. There is currently no image, but that's fine. One pixel out from the gun. In fact, no, that's wrong. What we actually need to do is create a new instance of gun. This is test gun. And this wants to be saved in tests. This can have the marker. That marker can be moved over by a pixel. Save. Layer is currently in the test folder. It's fine, we're never going to be this zoomed in. At least I think so. I'm not trying to make a pixel art game. Okay, we want to add a scene. Add test gun. Position one there. No, don't duplicate it, just create a second one. Technically this thing has space for 4 guns, but no, we'll only put the 2 on them. I suppose that's another thing that I can worry about at a later date. When a ship has multiple guns, do you want them to fire sequentially or all at once? It doesn't matter for this though, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to stop trying to worry about stuff that is not immediately necessary just to get this prototype working. I need to get myself out of the habit of doing that. Just focus on the task at hand. And then any of the specifics I can worry about at a later date. When we actually need the specifics. So the player ship has guns. The guns are test guns. The test gun is a weapon. There's no need for the test gun to have any code for itself. We don't need the gun reference for the time being. We will probably need... Well, we need the weapon code. We don't need weapon. Let's close some things. I don't need the asteroids for now. Keep the warp points open. One per second is a little slow. And actually, do I want to have a fixed damage? This is something I should consider about now. Do I want a fixed damage or a variable damage? And if I want a variable damage, do I want to assign a min and a max? Or do I want to assign just a deviation, a randomly generated deviation? Probably should go min-max if I'm going to do it. Because at that point I can provide additional bonuses to increase the minimum damage to bring it closer to the maximum damage. Otherwise, I would have to use... or the bonus would be to reduce variability, but then you wouldn't get them as higher maximums. So let's go minimum damage. Damage min, damage max. A little bit more sense that way around. Ammo is most likely going to be character body 2D? Or will an area 2D suffice? I suppose the answer to that question may be dependent on the projectile. If you run headlong into a missile, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if the impact forces your movements in a different direction. But for other kinds of weapons, lasers particularly, they should have no kind of inertia on them whatsoever. So I think it just needs to be no 2D, and then if we want to do something special, the ammo itself can have the properties So because what's it called? Character body 2D is still a would it want to be rigid body 2D? I forget what rigid body 2D is used for, which is annoying because I looked it up again the other day. But yeah, for a laser we can just use an area, and if we want something that actually wants to be able to have mass and punch things and move them, then we can use one of the other things. And they're all subclasses of Node 2D, so we can just use Node 2D. Because all we're going to end up doing is passing the damage values to the ammo when the ammo is spawned. I don't know whether or not we'll do the calculation for the ammo before we fire it after. Well, it may not hit something and destroy it, or may not actually hit something, it may just time out. So yeah, we'll do the we'll give it to the damage range, and it can do, or the ammo can do damage calculations when it impacts. Okay, so we need some kind of basic ammo. I am going to want a hierarchy. Missile tubes will probably have an ammo velocity of 0. Or actually, no, because they can imply give the missiles some initial velocity, but the missiles are going to be able to accelerate themselves. Missiles absolutely want to be character bodies, at least. But the question is, do I need a generic ammo type? I probably should, just so that I can keep all of the damage code in one place. Because even if I have different damage types, like energy, so energy, kinetic, explosion, whatever, which I might add, that's all just a property of the type of damage which can be assigned to the ammo. The actual damage itself is just like, if a missile explodes, I can simply have a... I can either have it explode on contact or have it explode when it's nearby, depending on whether or not it's a missile or rocket or proximity fuse or whatever. That can just be a subclass. It's still going to call the do damage function of the ammo. What I don't know is... I don't think I can do that. That would require me to make sure all projectile types, or yeah, all projectile types are the same node type. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to change the node type later. So for example, if this was a node 2D, I couldn't spin or save this as a basic ammo type and then create create an instance of it, or instantiate a child rather, and change this base type, because this would not work. Our gun is extending weapon, not node 2D. Which means I do need to kind of think about this. I need to remind myself of what the difference is between a character body 2D and a rigid body 2D. I probably spelled that wrong. "2D physics body that has, or that is moved by a physics situation. Rigid body 2Ds implement full 2D physics. It can't be controlled directly, instead you must apply a force to it, gravity, impulses, etc. And the physics simulation will calculate the results in movement, rotation, react to collisions, and affect other physical bodies in its path. Which I can see as being useful for particular types of projectiles, but not necessarily missiles. Moved, its linear angular velocity are estimated and used to affect other physical bodies in its path. Rigid body 2D. It depends on how I can move it. Missiles need to be character bodies. Other projectiles could be rigid bodies. And there may be a use for that. Because I may want to, in the future, either by way of weapons or by way of a certification skill, class skill, allow things like bullet ricochets or laser reflection. And this would do that for me. But now let's just make it a character body 2D. In fact, let's skip the entire problem altogether. It need only be a area 2D. And we'll just make temp ammo. We'll worry about making something more permanent later. If I can do it with this. How big does this want to be? Fires leftward, so we want it to be wider than it is tall. That versus the ship. Eight wide will do then. $32 is probably too short. How do I change the shape? Radial. That's not affecting it anymore. Why not? What did we break? Somehow unselected the gradient. That's better. Kind of want it linear in two directions. Square. No, I don't think I can use the gradient the way that I want to use it. Not easily, at least. Set it to linear for now. Let's attach it up there. We'll see if we can manipulate it better later. Wants to be black and it wants to be transparent. Same goes with the front. Black and transparent. If I make that radial, yeah, I want to be able to assign the so two different values here, radial this way and radial that way, or even four different values, so I could have a radial at the front, to the side, and then out the back. But I don't think I can do that from within here. I would need to make the texture in something else, which is fine. We'll use a linear one. It will be a square laser for now. Saves me doing something more complicated. Collision shape. World boundary shape, that was the thing I was looking for earlier. Okay, save this into tests, go over to our test gun. Provide it with our test ammo. Oh, you need a packed scene, not a... not a Node 2D. Oh, in that case, we can use multiple different kinds of ammo. or multiple different subclasses for ammo, node types rather. But we may have to either take the damage code and put it somewhere else, or just duplicate it. Okay. Player ship has a pair of guns. The guns has values and an ammo type. The ammo doesn't currently have any value or any data to it other than the fact that it's a collider. And we need to do some tweaks. Okay. The player is on collision layer 1. Player can collide with walls and objects, destructibles, need to think about which way around this works. NPCs and hostile players. Or hostile ships, rather. I think we want to be bouncing off. Hang on a second, those are the wrong ones. Group of 8, group of 8. So yeah, that still works. Does the player need to see hostile projectiles and explosives? That'll come down to whether or not we want the player's physics to automatically respond to. Because the player's not going to do the calculation for damage, I don't think. I think the ammo will do damage to the player. But yeah, no, we should have them anyway because we are considering that the player, if they run right headlong into a missile, it should arrest their volume or arrest their acceleration, their speed as a result. We've not touched NPC yet, so don't worry about that. Warp point is an interactable, and it can only see the main player. Only the main player wants to be able to interact with it. Let's just make sure I got that right. Okay, good. That bit still works. Weapons don't have colliders, so it is just this. This is intended to be the player projectile. It should impact on hostiles and NPCs. It's not going to do damage to NPCs, but it should impact them. Walls and destructibles. Interactables. No, interactables are just there for player interaction. They're not. If something with an interactable on it needs to also block a bullet, it should have a wall or object on it. It's a separate thing. Projectiles should also be able to hit hostile explosives. Player projectiles should be able to hit hostile explosives. And I don't want them hitting other players. Which does mean we need to have separate ammo types for NPCs. Or I could just do it or do it programmatically. Can state whether or not the ammunition was fired from a player or a hostile. And then on ready, if it was fired from a player, reassign the layers and the masks for that condition. I want a note of that somewhere. Why is it always the U? It stopped for a while, the double pressing, and now it started doing it again when I decided I wanted to just start programming again. Projectiles can assign their layers and masks in the ready function. They just need to be told on creation who they belong to. Okay. What's the next thing to do? How do I go about doing that? I know I've done it before, but it was a while ago. Probably a year ago. When was this folder created? Recently. And last update, when was you created? My mind is scanning over it. It was over a year ago that I initially learnt Godot and then didn't do anything with it. Please don't full screen. I keep saving or exiting out and you keep reloading them full screen. It's not helpful. If a triple monitor system makes you far too big. Now, I seem to remember, as part of this tutorial, somewhere in it, we assigned a variable in a script. However, we passed in a packed scene. Containers. Items in container. Probably means that that's in the script. Oh no, it's a sub thing. Extends item container. Items in container. Item container. Item scene, packed scene. No, it's preloaded it in there. Was it not this one? Maybe it's something that got changed. But I distinctly remember assigning a packed scene up here to be loaded in at a later date. Rather than it being in the code itself. We'd initially done the warp point like that, but then it decided it didn't want to work. Hunter, bug, drone, scout. Scout, hunter, drone. Car, bug. Car. Is car not loaded up there? I don't think it's car. Nope, in fact, car is a path. Nope, I don't remember where I saw that. I'm sure I've seen it done before. I pass a packed scene to in there. Does that preload it? Oh, yeah, that's can instantiate. For now, we'll just add it once to this scene, even though this is not where it wants to go. If we're adding it to the weapon, just add child. You actually need the ability to fire. This shouldn't go in here, but again, just for the sake of stop fannying around and get something working. Well, it worked. Just add extra lasers on top of myself. Okay. So that works fine. That means that this does get preloaded. We know this is a character body, 2D. Oh, it's area 2D, which means we can't apply a velocity to it. We would have to manually move it. I don't think... where is that in here? The animated area 2D has velocity. Animated sprites. Area 2D. It is animated area 2D, isn't it? Oh, animatable body 2D. Animatable body is a body that can't be moved by external forces and moved manually. I think I just need to set it to character body 2D. Is that what... let me go back to referencing. We'll use the more recent example. No, this bullet is an area 2D. Should have loaded the script with it. It's over here. Okay, it's just moving itself. Just needs to know the direction that it's going. Making it a character body would allow the engine. Got another hour. My brain's breaking. Would allow the engine to do it for me. And we know missiles are going to be character body 2Ds. Is it going to be a problem with the number of or potential number of bullets that are going to be around? Having them all character body 2Ds? I mean, essentially, they should all just be doing this math so long as they're not colliding with anything. Either way works. We're nonetheless going to need some code attached to this. So let's just do it that way. Temp test, temp ammo. Oops. Okay, bow, get position, set the position. Yeah. Temp dot direction, which we can sanity check, equal to vector 2 dot one angle rotation We can do has method. Isn't there a similar thing for... That makes sense. That's not how it's supposed to work. So it's doing that because we've attached it to the ship. Which is obviously not what it wants to be, but we wanted to do it quickly to get it to work. Okay, they're a bit thicker than I need them to be. Let's reduce the thickness down to 4. Length is fine. That is wrong, though. Shouldn't be able to fire that fast. Why is that not correct? Did I... No, it's got the check in here. Oh, right. I'm an idiot. Okay. Last fire equals the current time. Interesting that it doesn't let me fire immediately, though. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Last fire should be 0. Oh, then again, 6 millisecond is 0 as well. Really, this wants to be... I'm assuming it can be a negative value, so minus... reload milliseconds. Although in reality, it's probably not going to matter at all. But that should allow it to fire the second we get in game. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. Projectile isn't currently doing anything when it hits a wall, but we're also not checking for that. time being, we'll just delete it. Will this hit the wall? It will not hit the wall. Will it hit the asteroids? No. Presumably because they are areas, not bodies. Actually, no, that's not true. The asteroids are collision bodies. They're static body 2Ds. But we never assigned them. Yeah, that's the problem. Objects. These are walls and objects. They do not need to be listening for anything else. They just need to know their walls and objects. Asteroids, which objects. We open it. That too is not a destructible or anything, it's just an object. Okay. Okay, good. Leave those open for now. Okay, what else do we need to impart to the ammo? We need to tell it how much damage it can do. Yeah. My mind is getting distracting, going blank. I may have to end this early because not thinking properly. So yeah, we need to pass it the minimum damage and maximum damage so that it can then pass that on to whatever it hits. In this case, this will be the enemy. In fact, even though this is the temporary one, there's no reason not to figure out how to do this, because the enemy is going to be able to fire back. I wonder... There might be a more effective way of doing this. There is a duplicate function. Duplicates the node, returning a new node with all of its property signal groups and children copied from the original recursively. This behavior can be tweaked through flags, duplicate flags. Internal nodes are not duplicated. There's nothing stopping me from setting up a single piece of ammunition when the weapon is readied or something changes the player's stats that would change something on the weapon. Because these are just, in the long run, these are just base stats. There's going to be multiple different ways that that number will be higher when it actually hits the enemy. And whenever that or whenever something changes, we can just recalculate the amount of damage the weapon's going to do. So these may need to be changed to base damage or something in the long run. And when we do that, we can modify a template, or a template piece of ammo, and then we just create duplicates, and then add those duplicates to save me every single time from having to recalculate and then add it back into or do all of that additional extra math. We only need to do it once rather than every single time. I don't know, maybe a duplicate operation is going to be as long as just passing the updated variables. Something to test at a future date, but there is a way to duplicate, so at least we know. Ready. I mean, I could determine the amount of damage that the or any piece of ammunition is going to do when it's created rather than when it hits. No, let's just do setup. We give it new direction, new speed. Damage minimum. Damage maximum. Damage equals rand F range between damage minimum, damage maximum. Round the value. Oh, yep, that's right. We need to determine who fired it. And it's only going to be player or NPC. It's the shortest way to say belongs to player or is players. There you go. Is players equals true. If not is players. Then this is a bit mask. How do we manipulate this? Then is the mask the visibility layer? Yeah, okay. Collision layer, so if it is not the players, this is a property. It is an int. Object A can detect contact with Object B only if Object B is in any of the layers that Object A scans. Is there an easy way of doing this? There's usually a helper function of some description for this sort of thing. Code equivalent to the bump. Okay. So there is a simple way to do it, but we may be better off just figuring out the hexadecimal pattern for it. Because otherwise we've got a fair few things to change. It's bit 9. Decimal, add the results of 2 to the power, label enabled 1. We can use a shift operator, that's a binary shift operator. I am familiar with this, I'm just wondering if this is a better way of doing it. This is the fastest way to multiply by powers of 2. Additionally, we can use binary OR operator to combine the results of each layer. This ensures we don't add the same layer multiple times, which would behave incorrectly. So we take a 1, we shift it once for number 1. Take a 1, we shift it 3 times, and then back again for bit 3, and then for bit 4. So the easiest way to do it is to go shift 1, and then it'll be 9 minus 1. And then visibility layers. Shit that it can collide with. Uh, 5 and 6. And then 15 and 16. Nope, we got that the wrong way around. If I know, we got this entirely the wrong way around. It wants to be able to collide with... Sure, why not? 1, 2, 3, and 5. Player ships, party ships, other player or other ships, and NPCs. Hostiles do not block hostile fire, because players don't block player fire. So by default it's set up for a player, and if it's not a player, how do I make that optional? No, let's... No, I still want to go through ARM. If we fire one off into the void now, what we can do... Remote, get the player, get the gun. Okay, that didn't work. Also wants to be able to hit 10, not 12. Okay, so 13, 14, and 10. Is players equals to player. Is players equals false. or equals true. So by default it is a player's, and if it's not, I assume that is visibility layer. Oh no, that's collision mask. And that's collision layer. Oh, I checked for that. Ah no, I checked for layer. That's why. Collision mask. Okay, let's try that again. Oops, I think that's working because I think it's hitting ourselves. I do, however, need to see whether or not okay, it is considered a hostile projectile. It will hit players, party players, other ships, NPCs, player explosives, walls and objects, and destructibles. Okay. Good. So now we have a template that we can use later to use as a base ammo class. Even if we have to duplicate it to have a separate one for missiles that have their own flight patterns that are built in the physics engine. Okay. I don't think anything that should be a body of some sort is actually a... Yeah, that wants to be an area. They're static bodies. These, while they're temporary, they are still area statics. Okay, that's fine. So that's not going to be a problem. Auto fire. Let me just check also that that works, and this wants to be true now. Good. Just thinking whether or not I want or need to have ammunition timing out. Because there is going to be an invisible wall around each zone that the player can't go through. And there's no reason to allow weapons and ammunition to go past that point either. So if I just make that a collider of some description that everything will collide with, then that'll be, or solve that problem of eternally flying projectiles without me needing to put a countdown on every single projectile. Which for some of the ships would be a problem. At least it would be a bit excessive. The default weapon for pretty much all of the industrial ships is going to be chain guns. So they're going to have a really high fire rate, which will put a lot of bullets out. They won't do much damage per bullet, but they'll put a lot of bullets out. Did I set it just as the base one? Asteroid miner,
Exhumer. So yeah, the factory ships that get flat cannons, and then the exhumers, which are going to be the next tiers of extractor ships, use chain guns, which are Gatling guns. Daka Daka. And I do want some of them to have some rather silly fire rates, even if they don't do much damage. Just because if you've got a chain gun, you want a lot of chain gun. You want to fill the area with bullets. I absolutely want to allow that. But if you're firing like 100 bullets a second, which is probably too much, if you're firing like, say, 20 bullets a second, maybe 20 bullets a second per gun, timer on every single one of them. We do have to do the physics process anyway, and the collision stuff. I know that the engine is more than capable of handling lots and lots of objects, because I made a test. Let me show you basic test. This is in an older version, but I don't think there's any reason it won't run in the most recent version. It was part of this one. It's fine. There is not enough complicated things in here for this to be any kind of issue. Okay. We will use the PNG test. Let's run it. Set the current. Should have pressed F6, but never mind. Switch to fit. And then now why? I wonder why 2.6 is limiting the frame rate to 72, or seems to hover around about there. So yeah, now we're at 5,000 objects. It's starting to chug a bit. These are all character bodies. At least I think they're all character bodies. Ah, no, these are areas. But they're still manually processing each individual one and moving each individual one. So it's like 5,000 things being processed at a time. Let me go back to the version I actually coded that in. Yep, that's fine. I'd be surprised if it breaks. Again, why are you full screening these? Stop. I don't believe I ever set a flag to tell you to full screen. Maybe I need to save all. Okay. That is not the one. PNG test. Try again. F6. There we go. Oh, it's because I'm streaming. That's why it's not being able to go up to 100 and... That's slowing it down. 144. Did it go down below that? No. It's one per frame that it's generating. Be a little bit kinder to it. One every 10 frames. But all of the other ones on the left are still being calculated. And this is while I'm encoding two separate streams on my GPU. And in fact, I have forgotten to disable my YouTube player. We can get some frames back by doing that. Probably not many. Now it's starting to jug a bit. But we haven't got down to 30 yet. 8,000 objects. Or more accurately, 8,000 sprites. There's more than one object though. And these are just individually instanced, hence why they've got individual colours in all of them. They're not cloned of anything, they're just freshly instantiated. Get to about 10,000, or yeah, 10,000 and we've almost hit 30. Again, while doubling code in this stream. So we can handle plenty of objects, but we do still need to make sure there's some kind of reasonable limit. Okay. Right. What would be the next task, and is it worth me calling it now? We've added the gun. We've attached it to the player. We've created the template for the projectiles, and we've allowed the ship to fire it. There's one more thing we should do first, though. We need to actually add the projectile to the correct scene. I'm going to borrow... yeah. We use the shooter demo, or shooter thing. God damn you. Why? No. Why do those old ones all want to just full screen all the time? This one has remembered the size I set it to, and the positions I've set it, so it loads up correctly each time. This one, for whatever reason, and the other one, always load full screen, and I don't know why. It's annoying. Okay, so... Why is fire reducing current HP? Did I name that wrong? Oh no, we're looking at the car. Current HP is for the player, that's from the global. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Player. Primary action. Can laser. Has ammunition effectively. Where to get the, or where to spawn the laser. Select a random one. Although there's actually a better way of doing this now. You can just select a random one from the array. Okay, set campfire false, reduce. Laser particles restart, which is just the effect. Laser timer, which is resetting can laser. Laser fired emit. And I think that's going to level. On player laser fire, create laser. Which I think must be setting global then, if it's not in here. Oh no, there it is. If I'm going to do it that way, I would rather have it... I'd rather just have the game have create projectile, or add projectile rather. Or maybe it wants to go to the zone. One of the two.
Because the enemies are going to fire as well. And they need to be attached somewhere. And this is doing it with signals. Really wants to be added into zones of projectiles, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the code needs to go in zones. We could add zone to the groups, because there's only ever going to be one of them. And then we can get the group to call the function or to add it directly to zone. There's a few ways around I can do this, but I don't know which way is better. Game is the constant. Game is always going to be running, and everything else appears under game. But the projectiles, or the weapon animations, all of that, want to be unloaded when the zone is. So adding them to the zone makes sense, rather than to game. Same will eventually go with all of the other players. They can be spawned into the zone. Which can be done from game. But we could also just add it to a group. I forget what's the difference between scene groups and global groups. I don't think we've created any groups in this particular one yet. Let's see what the intended uses for groups are. Groups in Godot work like tags in other software. You can add a node to as many groups as you want. Then in code, you can use the scene tree to get a list of all nodes in a group, call a method on all nodes in a group, send a notification to all nodes in a group. This is useful, or this is a useful feature to organize large scenes and decouple code. Managing groups. Groups are created by adding a node to a group name. By adding a node to a group name. This is technically the old way of doing it. It's now its own tab. But the functionality should be the same. And likewise removed by removing all nodes from a grouping group. There are two ways to add and remove nodes to a group. During design by using the node doc. During execution by calling add to group. You can optionally mark the option global, which will make the group visible project-wide and able to be reused in any project scene. This will also allow you to give it a description. You should see the new group appears. I thought I had
Yeah, we're using warp points. And it's not a global, it's just a scene group. But it gets called from in here. I wonder if Sector 1 Hub wasn't in here, if this wouldn't be here. Nah. I was just thinking about the memory leak. I was wondering if it was related to scene groups, but no, we've already established that whatever's causing the memory leak does not appear to be my fault. So far as I can tell, at least. Because the debugger's view of how much memory we're using does not go up. You can You should now be able to create you can optionally mark it as global, which will make the group visible project-wide and able to be reused in any project scene. This will allow you to give it a description. Press Don't Create. You should see the new group. In the Groups tab under Scene Groups, if the global option was unmarked, and under the global groups if it was marked. A selected node from a scene doc can be added to or added into a group by marking the checkbox on the left hand side of the group. In the group doc, if the node you had selected when creating a new group will be automatically checked. All groups present in the project that were marked as global will be, or created from any scene, will be visible under the global groups. Any other groups derived from nodes in the current scene will appear under scene groups. Technically, words, conclusion. Because I've forgotten what I was trying or considering applying the group to. Right, yeah, to the zone, so that we can target it. But I don't know whether we can use groups to target a zone. Any other group defines a node will appear in the group zone. Under the same underlying logic, the same underlying logic is used for both global and group scenes. Groups with the same name are considered one and the same. This feature is purely organizational. You can now manage global groups in the global group doc inside the project settings. There you'll be able to add a new global group or change existing groups' names and descriptions. Call group, get nodes in group. We're really only targeting a single node though. This is a signal just for the purpose of being able to add the projectile into this. Using a signal seems like overkill. I signal in game that we're firing a bullet, when in theory we can just make a way to reference the sector. Plus, there's another reason that we would want to be able to query the sector directly, or query the zone, sorry. Sector is a group of zones. So we'll add this as a global group. Only one zone is going to be loaded at a time. But we want to make sure we can always reference and check it. Did I not save this? I'm surprised that didn't bubble through to the others. If I instantiate a new zone... Is it going to... No, I need to manually add it each time. That's a wee bit annoying, because I could easily forget to do that. What if I use a scene group then, instead? Since the difference is purely organizational. Okay, you've moved into here. Delete group zone and all of its references. Add a new scene. Save it. Good. That's better. That is better. Okay, so now we need to see whether or not we can reference zone from the weapon. Let's make sure that works. Sector 1 hub. Okay. And it's twice because we are actually firing 2 projectiles. Okay.
Doesn't like it. There's no script attached to zone. Also, zones. I'm surprised that didn't throw up an error. Zones doesn't exist. I think I know what's going on here, although not why the rotation isn't working. Yeah, global position. Temp dot that equals that dot global position. And in theory, should at least make it fire from where we are. Good. Just the angle in the direction that's still wrong, which means they were never right to begin with. And it was only working because they were firing forward from our ship and then being rotated with the ship. Direction equals new direction. Position plus minus direction times speed times delta. Vector 2 from angle rotation. Oh, wrong window. One. Oh, it's getting the rotation of the weapon. Is there such thing as global rotation? There is such thing as global rotation.
Okay, let's make sure they've been added to where I'd want them added to. Well, they're not at the minute, they're just being added straight into here. Yeah, we need to add a dot projectiles in here, and then we're done. So let's make a tweak to this. Get tree dot get nodes in group zones 0 dot can I do it that way? Probably not. Okay, yeah, so we can't do that way. That's fine. Stop. New node 2D. Projectiles appear above entities, below everything else. That's actually the wrong way around. Entities appear on top. Yeah, so no, that's fine. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder if there's a simpler way of doing this. Get tree. Get. Oh, there's first node in group. We should just use that. Because there should only be one node in the group. Kind of want to be able to get child by name. Not. You're not going to auto-complete for me. How annoying. Do we have node open? No. Child add sibling. Call thread save call to third group. Can process create tween duplicate find child. What do you return?
I mean, it should always be 4. Unless we make a modification to this. We could just put projectiles in a scene group. The actual, this node here. And then just target that. Rather than target the zone. Curious about something else that just popped into my head. It recognizes to do in comments. It even highlights it. It makes me think that there may be a way to just get a list of to-dos. Complete query, trim, white, indentation. Don't worry about it. Maybe just mean, or we'll make it searchable. Or maybe there's something in here that allows you to pull up a to-do list. Orphan Resource Explorer. I didn't know that button exists. Resources about explicit ownership. I think that's more just for you to be able to clean up your resource folder. Not what we actually want. What were we doing? Right, we were deciding whether or not to put projectiles in a group. To save us a few bits of code and to save us from having to remember if we move this. I think, yeah, it makes sense to do that. So that should be in zones, projectiles. I'll keep that anyway. Save that. That should always point to this, which now means we can just go that and then add child. It blew up. Why'd you go bang? Non-existent function, get first. That's why it wasn't auto-completing. Good, good. Good, good. Okay, let's do a bit of cleanup, and then we're done. Or at least we'll call it that for today. And then on Saturday, we'll figure out... We'll get some basic enemies in. The ability to kill them. The ability to then unlock the next zone by killing enough enemies. And then once we've got that done, we have the basic flow of the game and all of the pieces I need to tidy up to finish that off. And then we can start looking at netcode. Yay! Netcode is always fun. I actually don't know how bad netcode is in this. I've written plenty of netcode in my time, although it was mostly in C++. Okay, firing patterns. Weapon defaults. That wants to be in player. Player or the NPC code rather than in here. Okay. Instantiate the ammo. Now that doesn't need to be in area 2D. Now worry about the specifics of that another time. It actually just needs to be a node 2D. Because the only thing we need from it is its basic positioning. And then we're checking to make sure that it has the method arm, which all projectiles should have. And then the projectile itself will figure out how to fly. And then add it to the tree. We will probably rip a lot of this out to go into whatever is the final base ammo type. I wonder how you do inheritance. That would be the way to do it. How do I create a script that doesn't have... what are they called? You make virtual methods. And virtual methods can have stubs. What is the name of that kind of class? Interface. Customizing the interface. Not quite what I'm looking for. Godot interfaces. Often one needs scripts that rely on other objects for features. There are two parts to this process. Acquiring a reference to an object that presumably has the features, accessing the data or logic from the object. The rest of the tutorial outlines. Tool. Extends node. This isn't quite what I'm looking for. I know that Godot has interfaces. Because if we just go to node, it has a bunch of extra these inherited bys. Maybe it doesn't have interfaces. Node, canvas item, node 3D inherits node. Right, no, it's object node, canvas item, node 2D. Inherited by, inherits from. Would it be inheritances? Is Godot ever going to implement interfaces? The problem with a word being used for two different things. This is an interface. This is not the kind of interface we're talking about. Overloading methods works would be nice. Long words. Definitely would be good to have interfaces in GD script like C# has. It enforces design contract. Interfaces segregates. Another computer. That was 4 years ago. Can you extend two classes? That would do the job.
I do not trust that. Godot documentation, my ass. X dot. Don't trust you. Yeah, you're just fucking ripping the It's ripping the documentation straight from the Godot documentation, just claiming it as its own. I haven't even done it well. That's just references. I don't really know what tool is. If you need to export constant var, which doesn't exist, use a conditional setter. The tool annotation must be placed at the top of the script. Use a conditional setter for a tool script that checks if it's executed in the editor, which is not what we're trying to do, or not what I'm looking at. Explicitly defining interfaces. That was 3 years ago. Extends to class ship, extends no to class B tree. Interface name killable. Open topic GD script. So yeah, you can't do interfaces. Okay, there's an add-on for it. Allowing to add more than one script would be a good thing, but still lacks functionality. This was back end of last year. Unify the Godot type system by adding a new type class. Finally, a trait that you could really call its interface is being discussed for 4.6. However, note that the current PR does not address type features. Try the new abstract class. I tried the new abstract class in Godot 2.0 5.4, and it is very like interfaces. The basic usage can always be a good solution, I think. So it's close, apparently.
There's something in the works that could reasonably be designed as that. Would an abstract class be enough? Godot engine release abstract classes and messes. Yeah, no, this isn't the same thing. But interfaces don't exist at the minute. That's a little annoying. If you are unfamiliar, interfaces... I'm not the best person to describe it because I just know how to use them. But interfaces allow you to define basically a bunch of separate functions that you don't have to put any code in for. You're just defining that this interface needs these functions. And then you can... I think in C# it's define using and then name the interface, and it will require that class to include one of each of those functions. And then you can have a set of classes that can do entirely different things and have different parent classes, and that's where the problem I have is because of the way the scripts extend the class that they're attached to, 2D area and character body 2D are different children of the same parent class, but they have different methods in them. And I may want to have the same function in both of them that does effectively the same thing, but would be handled differently in each of them. And the only way to do that is in this, or in the current version without interfaces, would be to just manually add those functions to both and just duplicate the code. Because if you have an interface and you define the interface, that interface can still have a parent stub class that you can super to. So you can call that if you don't actually need to make a modified version of it. So it works very, very similar to a standard class hierarchy, but it doesn't require the parent class to be the same. And that's why it's useful. It'll be very useful for what I think I'm going to need to do for projectiles. But apparently it was in the works for 4.6, but it was not added to 4.6. Never mind, something I'll have to worry about later. Because yeah, the two instances of using it would be missiles are likely going to be character body 2Ds, because they will likely have their own pathing system, and I want them to work on the same physics as everything else. And I also want them, when they hit something, to be able to impart motion on it or stop it dead, whereas other kind of bullets, lasers, I don't need to do that, so they can just be area 2Ds, which are obviously going to be less heavy heavy for processing because they don't have to do as many physics calculations, if any. But I'm just going to have to duplicate the code between them. That will have to be the way we do it. Okay, are we done with our tidy up? We didn't really do anything on warp points. It was mostly just working out weapon structures, tidying up player movement. And that's attached to the ship. Yeah, no, that's all fine. The NPC ship can still call these methods. Because all we're doing is assigning the impulse direction that the ship wants to be flying in. Or the ship is trying to fly in. And then whatever direction it's looking. And we can handle calculating those in the NPC thing. So yeah, that being there makes sense. That's all good. Do I need these comments anymore? No. We're happy that it's working the way that I want it to, so clean these out. Okay, I think that'll do me for today. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. I'll be back on Sunday. No, Saturday. I'll be back on Saturday from 2 p.m. GMT onwards. We will look at getting the basic hostile ship up so that we can make sure that we can shoot at it. And we'll see if we can get that ship to fly around and fire back. And then we'll see if we or figure out how we're going to add the gate unlock. The warp point unlocks. I'll have to think about that between now and Saturday. Because it's kind of important how that's stored, because each pilot, the player will have multiple pilots. Each pilot is going to need to keep track of which gates they've opened, which warp points they've opened. Or how many kills they have towards opening it. But yeah. Task for me between episodes, between streams. But yeah, thanks again. Hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Cheerio.